Andre's gone off. He's not feeling well. So if the medics see Andre, find out what. Oh, what's wrong with him? Is he ready?
No. Yeah. You're stronger than him. No.
All right, so we're back after a little lunch break. We've been looking at the tables, standing up. Can we go back to the champions, to the challengers, if possible? Let's have a look. So we've got up next, Wolverines up against Control Chaos. Wolverines X against Control Chaos. Control Chaos with 2 wins already. Looking to make it 3 out of 3. Wolverines X will try and make it 2 wins from 2. Very, very tight battle at the top of the table. Referee still having a good time in the background. You having a good time, refs? Yes. Let's move on to the champions then. Champions in the next match, we will have Patriots up against the Reapers. Reapers 1-1, and the Patriots are looking to make that 1-1 as well. Also very tight at the top. Things could change now, but 2 teams dominating at the moment. War looking extremely good when we were watching them on the field as well. Apologies for the last couple of matches that we missed. What with load shedding and water shedding and data shedding, we're finally up and running. So good to have you along. First match starting in a minute. You heard in the background. Hopefully the referees will get out on time. It's Wolverines X against Control Chaos. We'll bring you that in a moment.
Sorry to all the listeners. Oh.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Wolverines X up against Control Chaos. Wolverines X playing from the left-hand side. Control Chaos in the black and red. Control Chaos have been exceptionally good in this tournament so far. During the lunch break, the rain had stopped, but now the rain is back again. So the player's going to have to deal with the wet, raining just as hard as it had earlier after a nice break that looked as if it was going to clear up a bit. Let's get back into the field though. 5 players on the right for Control Chaos. Wolverines on the left-hand side getting to the barriers. Had the opportunity to walk in the field during the break. And these barriers are much smaller than they look on the camera. You have to make yourself really small to not get hit behind some of these barriers. Bit of a stalemate at the moment. Nobody really wanting to take a risk. There's a risk down the right-hand side for Control Chaos. See the players using as much of the barrier as they can, getting up close and personal with it, as it were. Players during the lunch break as well were walking the field, just trying to look for new angles, looking for new channels to shoot through. I think it's very easy to walk through them at lunchtime if there's not a million paintballs coming at your head. Don't forget, you can leave comments and updates and suggestions on wherever you're watching us. I know that there's Facebook as well as YouTube. So please get involved in the conversation. We'd love to have your comments and your updates. Support your team. Player from Control Chaos making his way off the field. So they are down 1. Control Chaos spread on both sides of the field. 2 on the right, 2 on the left. Two minutes and 20 already in this game. 7 minutes 41 left on the clock, as you can see. Lots of communication from that back left corner for Control Chaos. Control Chaos get a hit. Wolverines X down to 4 players, or down to less players now, moving across the field, opening things up. Looks like that's going to be a win for Control Chaos.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
I push it goes green, I think it's there, dude.
We're having a look, and the sun is almost out. We can actually see, can you see shadows on the ground? Not quite. But the wet obstacles are reflecting what looks like a ball of fire in the sky. Not really sure what that is. I believe it's the sun. But let's move on to our next match. The Patriots up against Reaper. Patriots on the left, Reapers on the right. Reapers in black and red. Patriots in black and white. Reapers might have had a bit of a false start, but they've been allowed to get away with it by the referees. 2 people in that defensive bunker for the Patriots. That's now moving up into the 50 on the left-hand side as well for the Patriots, also making it to Dorito 3, making it up to Dorito 4 and into the halfway mark there. Good control of the field by the Patriots, but Reaper's making a huge run down the right-hand side. Didn't quite make it though, and he got hit. Another Reaper out. So the Patriots feeling very confident. And the Reapers calling a towel very early. Still 2 players in the field. They decided that it's not worth fighting that one, so they've given that up. Discretion, the better part of valor. We return back to our next match. Wolverines X against Control Chaos. Control Chaos in a long game, finally earning that point.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Control Chaos moving right across the field and forward as well, getting into that snake corner. Same thing happening to their opponents. Wolverines X making sure that they get into the corners. Easier to get more direction into the field. Wolverines spread against the field, and they lose the player that had moved up earlier on. Wolverines down to just 4 players now, moving up on the right-hand side of Wolverines into Dorito 1. Control Chaos on the left-hand side, just sticking heads out. Big move up into the halfway mark for Control Chaos. 3 players in the back for Wolverines. Holding up the position. 1 player out and Dorito on the right-hand side. For Control also, sitting at the back, hanging back with the 1 player that's been moved forward right up to the halfway mark. Hasn't really been effective though. Those big bunkers in the middle, blocking not only his opponent's views, but his views as well. Again, a long, protracted game. Wolverine, Control Chaos losing a player. The player that was right up in front was putting up a good fight there, but he's finally going to get called. 1 controlled player on the far left-hand side under Dorito, also on the right-hand side just before the snake, and then 1 in the middle as well. As for the Wolverines, they haven't moved. 3 players sitting at the back. Wolverines are the ones that need to make a point. Finally, somebody makes a move forward into the snake. Number 15, got luck on his back. See how lucky he is. So time running off from the clock. Control Chaos on the left-hand side, losing another player. Wolverines smell. Do the Wolverines smell blood? Still the 4 players, 4 players on the field. Galarian Snake for Chaos trying to make something happen. Still 3.5 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time. Just a low-scoring game. 1 man left. Oh, and only 1 man only. He's trying to get back into defensive position. Runs right across the field. But he's going to get hit. And the Wolverines will have a gentle stroll up to go and take the first point and make it 1-1.
Days. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
Back to the Patriots up against Reaper. Reaper playing from left to right. Patriots on the right-hand side.
10 seconds.
Reaper not going as far wide in the breakouts. Patriots spreading also not too wide. Now finally having that secondary movement up into the big hotel. Same movement happening for the Patriots and the Reaper. Reaper losing a man though. Patriots also having a man out. Patriots spreading wide to that snake corner. Also happening to for the Reaper. Reaper losing another player. So the 2 corners now being controlled by Reaper. Patriots making a big move on the left-hand side and try to stop the Reaper.
Towel. Point approved.
Reaper calling a towel there. So we're back to 1-1.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Wolverines up against Control Chaos. 1-1. It was a slow stew last time, and I wonder if they'll be able to speed up play this time. In this game, or do they decide that, no, we like it nice and steady? It's a game of patience between these two again, it looks like. Control Chaos spread across the field. 3 players at the back, 1 moving slightly forward. Wolverines move 2 players ahead with 2 in the back. Oh, and there's been a red flag being thrown against Wolverines. So Wolverines losing 3 players, just like that. Doof, doof, doof. Wolverines got 1 player now behind the big bunker, being referred to as Hotel, which we'll call it.
Towel.
And the Wolverines call a towel. It's a good move. It was 4 against 1. That was going to be terrible. So the Wolverines go 2-1 up. We move to our next match. Patriots against the Reaper. Patriots leading 2-0. Making fast work of their game. So let's see if they can make it up to 3-0 now. Remember,
30 seconds.
need to win by 4.
Seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Patriots giving Reapers a run for their money. Reaper were looking extremely strong before lunchtime. The Patriots have obviously had some super juice. Feeling strong after lunchtime. Reaper making a big move up the right-hand side, traditional Reaper style. Big runs, fast moves. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. Another one up to the 50 for Reaper. Patriots have seen that, and now they're going to have to hunker down. They're not prepared for that angle. Still 2 players in the defensive position for the Patriots. Reaper sitting back. They got 3 players at the back of the field. 1 moves slightly forward to the little pull. Patriots now looking to move up to the left. Stalemate now, long shots across the park. 45 meters separating the one side from the other side. See steam rising off the ground now as it starts to heat up. Reaper's making a move to the left-hand side, making their way towards the snake now. Patriots sitting. Still that snake corner is a great position to hold. 2 players attacking that now, 1 from the far right-hand side for Reaper. Reaper big, 2 men move up. 1 behind the Hotel, 1 behind Dorito, 2. Reaper now moving up onto the right-hand side. Yet another Patriot getting out. It's just 1 or 2 more, and that should be it. And Reaper eliminating all of the Patriots again and earning a point. That's 3-0.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. Time out. One minute. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Controlled chaos up against the Wolverines. Keeping an eye on the controlled chaos breakaway. Big forward movement on pincers, proper pincers. Two staying back to defend. As Wolverines have the two men at the back. One has moved up to Dorito 2. Also a Wolverine into Snake Corner as well. So 3 at the back, defending nicely. Only a minute left for Wolverines to be able to do something. Control Chaos can just sit back and wait for them to come to them, actually. Referee getting involved, just making sure that one of the Chaos players is okay. He's been given the go-ahead. Move up on the left-hand side by the Wolverines player, getting behind those small bunkers, and another player getting up to the hotel. And then on the right-hand side, making it all the way to the rocket. A little bit further up, keeping an eye on the time. Wolverines now getting extremely aggressive, up in the snake. Both two players up on the halfway mark. Chaos player is down. 2 more players that I can see. Wolverines have decided they're not going to wait anymore. The 2 made a big breakaway, didn't make it. And a attempt fires through the snake also. And then on the right-hand side is going to be enough. But he gets hit. And they run out of time. Control Chaos hold on for a very closely fought 2-1 win. Bit of a slow brew there, but a good one indeed. 2-1.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Reaper up against the Patriots. Patriots on the right-hand side. They can just hold on. Reaper player being told that he's fine. He thought he was hit, but he wasn't. But the Reaper's making a big move down the left-hand side. 2 players stuck behind that central bunker for the Reapers. Reaper running down the left-hand side, getting hit though. Taking out 2 players in the process. 2 for 1. It's kind of their strategy at the moment. So the Reapers having 4 players, 3 left for the Patriots. Again, that snake corner doing all the damage. Again, the Patriots don't really have to do anything. Still plenty of time in the clock now for the Reapers to be able to move forward. And they do. Big movement up on the left-hand side. Correction, on the right-hand side into the snake. Big move by a Patriot, going from the center of the field out to that snake. 2 or 3 people were looking at him, and he managed to make it without getting hit. Reaper's now moving up to the big hotel. Is it time for the big Reaper move? There is, up to the halfway mark. Some sniping shooting coming from the snake here in front of us. Patriots still sitting at that snake corner. Snake corner getting eliminated. 1 more in the middle. Reaper's now doing what the Reapers do. Coming up fast and furious. Coming up from behind us. Sliding underneath. Getting his opponent in the buttocks. And the Reapers will claim another point here. Level that up at 2-all.
Days. Point approved. One minute. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
So after the Reapers made it, correction, after the Patriots made it 2-all, Patriots lose the player straight away. Reapers looking good with their big motions forward. Patriots on the left-hand side of the field as you look at it. Reapers on the right. Reapers already at the halfway mark on the field. Opening up that expansion far right-hand side at the halfway mark. Should move somebody up on the left-hand side now, and that'll open up the field a lot. There we go. They do that, in, as I said, just before the snake. Another kill. Patriots losing another player. They're down to 3. Make that down to 2. Just the 2 players on the left-hand side of the field now for the Patriots. One behind the Dorito, one behind that little pull. Reapers doing what the Reapers do. Big moves out to left and right. Another kill for the Reapers, and the 5th one is gone. Reapers will go get themselves a 3-2 advantage.
Days.
But I see a red flag being thrown.
Point approved.
So the point's been approved, but there's been a red flag penalty. Do we know what it's for?
It's a penalty for Patriots. Patriots is starting with 4 players.
All right, so just confirmation. Patriots will be starting with 4 players in the next round. We've got to give ourselves a 2-minute break. We'll wait for the head referee, Byron, to come and tell us exactly what that penalty was for. Byron, what are you giving penalties for?
The Patriots are starting with 4. Their pod guy came on the field before the game was done. So it's actually a yellow, not a red. I threw the red, but it's only a yellow.
All right, so that's a safety violation. Player coming onto the field too early while the field was still hot. So they lose a player. Harsh, but it's all in the safety of the people who play on the field. So Reapers will have the advantage. Still 3.5 minutes to play. Reapers 3, Patriots 2. Patriots, as you heard, starting with 1 player less.
You get that, Luca? Screen's gone off in the right.
30 seconds.
What do you...
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Patriots struggling to get to their starting position with 10 seconds to go. Finally making it.
Game on.
Patriots just with 4 players at the beginning. Reaper with 5. Reaper having the advantage already. Patriots moving up nicely into Dorito 2. 2 players stuck behind the defensive post, but they move out to the right, expanding it to Dorito 1. Reaper have lost a player, so Patriots have equalized this up at 4-all. And the Patriots move up into the halfway mark. Spread it out nicely, getting into the snake. Patriots not holding back now. Patriots right up into their opponent's hotel, getting through. But he gets hit in an attempt to get through. Was never going to make that. So attention focuses back to the field where the Patriots are defending. Patriots lose another man. Dorito 3. So just the 2 Patriots on the left-hand side of the field as they look at it. Make that 1 player on the left-hand side as we look at it. Just in that snake corner. Reaper moving ahead now. Now they're going in for the kill. And he's going to get hit. That's the Reapers that will take a 4-2 lead.
Towel. Point approved. 30 seconds. Timeout. One minute. Seconds.
Yes, they're scrapping you good and proper now, dude. Love it. Wow.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Just 2 minutes on the clock. Can the Patriots do something against these amazing Reapers that are just dominant? Reapers losing a player quickly though, so they're down to 4. Patriots hanging back. Patriots are the ones that have to do something, and they do. Up to the left-hand side, getting out to Dorito 3. Reaper spread nicely across the field. Patriots making a move to the left-hand side of the field. 2 players for the Patriots stuck behind that central bunker, though. Quickly reload by the Reapers. Moving up, big center movement by the Patriots now. Also getting into Snake without being noticed, making it all the way to Snake 2. All the Reapers are facing the opposite direction. So there's movement up the middle by the Patriots.
60 seconds.
1 Reaper down, 2 Reaper down, just 1 more Reaper. And he's going to get hit from behind. Wasn't concentrating, and the Patriots go and score themselves another point. They're going to make it 4-3.
Base.
47 seconds left on the clock.
Point approved. One minute. Seconds. 20 seconds.
What can the Patriots do now to be able to level this up at 4-all with just a few seconds left on the clock? Patriots move straight down the center, getting in also on the right-hand side, up into the Rocket. Movement to the left-hand side. They're going to open up the field into Snake Corner. All 5 Patriots still on the field. Reaper just going to sit back, I imagine, and wait for the Patriots to have to come to them. Number 29 for the Patriots, right up into the middle of the field now. Reaper's having a man down now for the big gung-ho movement. He's going to get hit as takes out one of the Reaper's players. Take that, 2 Reaper's players are out. 2 more in the back now. And that's the time. And Reaper will win 4-3.
Four minutes.
The game ended and they ran up and bumped each other.
3 minutes.
Before you even got to them, they just carried on.
minutes. One minute.
Let's move on to our next round now. Legacy up against Kamikaze in the Challengers. And the Apocalypse will come up against the All-Stars in the Champions. Suddenly got
30 seconds.
Sun made a brief appearance. Well, tried to push its way through the clouds. It's got cool again now. No rain just yet. Since lunchtime, it was just a brief pour down after lunchtime, and everything's back up to normal again now. Referees have made their way onto the field. Players have made their way onto the
10
field.
seconds.
Legacy up against Kamikaze.
Game on.
Legacy in the pink and black. Kamikaze in the black and white. Movements to the right hand of the field for Legacy. Kamikaze spreading across the field nicely. But they lose the player early. Down to 4 men on Kamikaze. Legacy have made their way up forwards onto that forward rocket. Kamikaze with a little dive into just outside of Snake. And a move to Snake corner. Manages to make it without getting hit. And suddenly 2 Kamikaze players out. So they're down to just 2. Movement by Legacy on the left-hand side of the field. They made their way all the way around. Being allowed so far forward is only going to lead to trouble. The 2 Kamikaze pilots being peppered from both sides. Angles getting smaller and smaller as the Legacy come around. One is out. And the other one is out. And Legacy will go and hit the buzzer, and it will be 1-0.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
So Apocalypse comes up against All-Stars now.
30 seconds.
Apocalypse in the
20
black
seconds.
kit with green writing and stripes on the arms. All-Stars on the right-hand side, black and blue, dark blue.
10 seconds.
Some matching visors there as well.
Game on.
Big spread out by the All-Stars, but they lose one of their players very quickly. That's 2 players by the All-Stars that have already been eliminated. Apocalypse moving up, certainly sticking with their name as far as the All-Stars are concerned. Another All-Star player is down. Just one more All-Star player, that's it.
Towel.
Apocalypse with no mercy there.
Point approved.
All-Stars had no answer. That'll be interesting to see how they're going to defend that in the second leg.
You have much to say for that game?
Technically, you say the same thing. You just say quick.
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
So can Kamikaze come back now against Legacy?
10 seconds. Game on.
Kamikaze moving straight forward all the way through to the three-quarter already. Dived headfirst into the barrier. Seems to have made it without losing a player there, Kamikaze. Legacy have lost a player already, so they're down to 4. Movement out to the right-hand side for Legacy. So the Dorito corners are being manned by Legacy. Kamikaze know that. They're aiming to their left. Kamikaze now just pelting it down onto Legacy. Legacy with the 4 players, 3 at the back, and then 1 has moved up into Dorito. Kamikaze losing a player, making a big move through to the right-hand side of the play of the field. Referee just making sure that he's been clear. Yeah, given the go-ahead to continue playing. So 4 versus 4 at the moment. Legacy moved up nicely to the next Dorito. Kamikaze losing another player. 2 referees getting involved in that decision. Nice move forward by the Legacy player. Trapping another Kamikaze. Oh, another Kamikaze getting hit in the back. Didn't see that one coming. Legacy moving down the right-hand side. That's the way they're going to get a hold of the snake corner. This man's in all sorts of trouble. There's nowhere for him to go. And Legacy will make that a 2-0 game.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Apocalypse up against All-Stars. Apocalypse losing a player early on in the breakaway. So they've got their 4 players spread out across the field. Trying to find the All-Star players. 1, 2, 3 that I can see on the screen there. Moving up nicely are the All-Stars. All-Stars were completely outclassed the first round. Looks like they've managed to regroup. Apocalypse not as aggressive. Second All-Star player making his way off the field now. Now here comes the aggression. Apocalypse player making his way up to the halfway mark. So that's short work again. Apocalypse making it 2-0. All Stars still don't have an answer. Lasted a little bit longer that time, but it's just the aggression and moving from Apocalypse. Let's see if Kamikaze have an answer to Legacy. 2-0 it is.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Legacy take a big dive head first. 2 players standing behind in the center position. As for Kamikaze, nicely spread out across the field, making their way to Snake. One of the Legacy players having to make his way off the field, though. Correction, one of the Kamikaze players going off the field, being hit. Spreading out that defense pattern now a little bit. Kamikaze. 4 players left on, 3 at the back, and 1 has moved slightly forward. Legacy with their players right at the back of the field. Legacy don't need to do anything. They can run out the clock now if they want to, leading 2-0. Plenty of communication happening from the Kamikaze side. They know exactly where the players are. Trying to work out how to get there now. That middle defensive position working well for Kamikaze, holding back their opponents. And Kamikaze lose the player. So Kamikaze down to 3. Legacy move up to the big hotel in the middle of the field. They do need to move to the sides if they're wanting to attack these guys that are stuck in the middle. For the Kamikaze players, in the middle of the field, Kamikaze players move out to the side as they lose a player. Down to just 2 now, make that 1. 1 more player in the middle of the field, in that defensive position, tries to make a big move, and he does, but he gets hit just as he was about to get behind the bunker. So Legacy are going to make this a 3-0 game.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Apocalypse against All Stars. Apocalypse on the left-hand side. Big moves. 2 players racing towards each other. I don't think either one knows. All Stars asking me to be checked if he got hit or not. Referee gives him the out. He's going to get hit. 2 All-Star players stuck in that middle bunker. Doesn't seem to be the tactic. They have to move out. They do indeed. All-Stars players stuck in Snake 1. Then the 2 defensive barriers in the back, and then also out in Dorito 1. As for Apocalypse, oh, one right in front. He was in a very high position, managed to get hit in the shoulder. So Apocalypse down 1 man, they're down to 4 people. They're more spread across the field. Angles of attack are just better if you spread yourself around in this field. All-Stars losing another player, so they're down to 3. Correction, make that down to 2 now. Either side of the field for the All-Stars. Far right, Dorito, and then the left-hand side, Snake corner. With movement happening down the left-hand side for the All-Stars. They're looking to make this 3-0. That Snake corner getting pelted by the man in Snake. And the All-Stars call a towel. Apocalypse take a 3-0 lead.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Legacy wanting to seal this game now. Kamikaze not wanting to do it. Trying to not play conservative, Kamikaze, not at all. Legacy going to play it more conservatively, although they do move forward a little bit. 3 in the back, 1 in the far right, and then 2 in the middle. Move forward into the central position as well. Kamikaze have decided they're not going to play this a slow game. Their man right in front has been eliminated, so Kamikaze down to 4 players already. Legacy sitting comfortably, spreading it out, getting wide, getting that wide angle, moving up to Snake and clearing out the field. Yet another Kamikaze making his way to the field, so they're down to 3. Legacy with a comfortable 3-0 lead. And forward movement now by Legacy. Correction, by Kamikaze. And another one down. So 1 player in Snake now for Kamikaze. This looks like it's inevitable. They moved up to Dorito 2 as well. But he gets hit, so just 1 more player for Kamikaze. And he gets hit in the leg. And that's the game. Legacy will take this 4-0.
Base. Reverse point. Game finished.
Correct, 4-0.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All Stars up against Apocalypse. Apocalypse leading 3-0 with plenty time left on the clock.
Game on.
What can Apocalypse do to try and fight back? Big dive into Snake by the All Stars. It was noticed, referee just making 100% sure that he made it safely, and he did indeed. Apocalypse spread across the field. Two of the All Stars players stuck behind that central bunker. It's almost, if that's your opening tactic, you're going to lose the match. Apocalypse losing a play on the far right-hand side of the field. Big move forward by the All Stars. And again, two players in the All Stars moving up the left-hand side of the field into the Snake come Apocalypse. With some cover from Snake corner. Into Snake, big run up Snake. Snake pops his head up now, he'll be able to see one or two players. But he gets hit in the buttocks. All Stars looking strong at the moment. I think that's one more player for Apocalypse. He's stuck in Snake corner. It's like 3 versus 1 at the moment. You wonder if... correction. Make that 2 versus 1. Stuck in that Snake corner. Two versus 1, that Snake corner getting peppered from 2 directions now. All Star play in the big hotel and in their own Snake corner. Ducky and diving, ducky and diving. It's okay for the Apocalypse. They don't mind the clock running out here. It's up to the All Star to have to make the move. Moving to the left now as the All Star play up in the center. That's going to open the angle a little bit. Still that player in the defensive position, getting up really close to the barrier. Doesn't mind the clock running out. More movement to the left-hand side by the All Star. As they open up the angle, it also makes it available to be hit. Oh, such a close shot. That Snake corner is putting up a great defensive effort. You can see the 2 players trying to take it out. Got to spread out that angle. Big move by the out of the Snake corner, going into the central position. Did he get hit? Did indeed, taking each other out, but there's just one more player for the All Stars, and the All Star will go and hit the base.
Phase. Point approved. One minute. seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Short rest for Apocalypse and the All-Stars. All-Stars making a break for the left-hand side successfully. But one of the All-Stars players are already being killed, so they're on their way out. Two All-Stars players stuck behind that central barrier. Into Snake comes one of the Apocalypse players. And successfully killing one player. Movements on the left and right by Apocalypse now. Quiet little move by this man in Snake. Snake getting one player. And Snake getting another player. So just one more now. He's going to get hit from behind. Ouch. And that's Apocalypse game. 4-1 they make it.
Base. Point approved. One minute. Seconds. Time out. One minute. Seconds. 20 seconds.
So All Stars and Apocalypse return. Can Apocalypse seal the deal now, or All Stars going to make them wait a little bit? Still 2.5 minutes on the clock, so still plenty time for both of these sides to make a decision. And Apocalypse have a big breakaway going all the way to the center. Same thing happening with the All Stars. All Stars getting right to the front. Apocalypse spreading their field a little bit better. Looks like both sides made it with 5 men after the breakout. Apocalypse with 2 back in the defensive area, but a man in Snake just getting his head down. Although he's been spotted now, and he's getting pelted a couple of times. They get a defender now into Snake corner. All Stars moving forward, big forward movement. He was going to get pelted. Not sure what that movement was going to be about. Oh, he got one of the Apocalypse players. So 1-for-1 move there. All Stars still taking on that Snake corner. Apocalypse moving to the right-hand side. Getting past the Dorito into the far right-hand corner pillar. All Stars, 3 men on the screen, 1 moving forward now to the big hotel, but he gets hit in the process.
60 seconds.
1 minute left on the clock. Now Apocalypse will start breathing a little bit easier. They can't be beaten now. I guess stranger things have happened, but I don't think they can be beaten in 40 seconds. Now Apocalypse start making the move forward. 1 defender in the middle of the field. Apocalypse extremely confident, just slowly walking up. And it makes a great shot. 3 paintballs, doof, doof, doof. And Apocalypse will seal this 5-1.
Days. Point approved. Game finished. 3 minutes. Two minutes.
You see the Bryanston explosion? It's going to take a little while to fix the Bryanston substation. Caught a lot. Fuse. Yeah. Just the fuse right now. What's that on?
1 minute.
Challenges the champions.
30 seconds.
All right, we move on to our next set now. Working Class Heroes up against the Kings and Brutal Affliction against Wolverines SA.
10 seconds.
Working Class Heroes moving from left to right to get a nice position, moving up into the front. Getting behind that hotel. The Kings sitting back, just waiting for them to come at them. Getting a nice spread across the field, good defensive position. Kings peppering that big hotel. And one player gets hit by the Kings. So they're down to 4, 2 behind each other at that central defensive barrier. Working Class Heroes moving out to the left of the field, trying to open that angle in that central barrier. Working Class Hero keeping those 2 in the back. Nowhere for them to move. Working Class Heroes looking to move forward, not really sure where their opponents are. There we go, finally making them move forward into the 50. Kings firing and then ducking, firing and then ducking. Working Class Heroes trying to make a move to the left. There's Snake 1 defender on the right-hand side doing extremely well. Another King has been eliminated. Working Class Heroes working on the left-hand side of the field, and while that's happening, a player moves up on the right-hand side of the field up into Snake. He's been identified, though. So, Working Class Heroes and the Kings losing a play at the same time. Enter Snake, gung-ho movement, not good enough, didn't get anybody. But on the left-hand side, Working Class Heroes managed to get a kill there. 1 versus 1 in the back of the helmet. And the Kings call towel. Working Class Heroes pick one up.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
So Brutal Affliction comes up against Wolverines SA now. Not to be confused with Wolverines X.
Game on.
Not very much movement by Wolverines SA. Wolverines already lost a player as well, so they're down to 4 men, all with the spreading a blanket across them. Finally getting some movement out to the Snake one. Brutal Affliction well spread out across the field. Wolverines, 2 players stuck behind that same barrier, now finally makes the move, gets all the way to the big hotel. Does it without being hit. Brutal Affliction moving up, getting into the halfway mark. Also making a move out towards the Snake. Brutal Affliction hanging 1 or 2 players back. 2 or 3 have moved forward now. Wolverines trying different angles. Wolverines losing another player out on the right-hand side of the park. So the Wolverines have a player down at Snake corner. Also the big hotel. There's going to be a gung-ho movement around the corner to get the one of the hotel. It does indeed take each other out. So just the 1 player now behind Snake corner. 2 or 3 players changing the angle to be able to get him. And he gets annihilated. So Brutal Affliction will take a little walk to the base and earn their first point of the round.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Kings up against Working Class Heroes. Kings on the left-hand side get a big break forward. Working Class Heroes spread out a little bit more. 3 players at the back. 1 player making his way up to the big hotel. And the Kings lose the player early on. Working Class Hero going to lose the player as well, the one that was at the hotel. The one on the rocket's still on the right-hand side. That's keeping it nice and open. Kings sending in a player low down. And a big move by the Working Class Heroes into the Snake corner, but he is being called out by the referee. So that's 2 working class heroes making their way back home. Working class heroes moving forward, so you got 2 on the sides, 1 in the middle. Good tactic. A little bit of a lull in the action now. Working class heroes, you can see top of the screen, leading 1-0. Kings need to do something. They need to move forward. Kings just waiting. Kings losing another player. An attempt to move forward by the working class heroes, not successful at all, getting a shot to the chest. Working class heroes are trying another move and getting hit again. So great strategy by the All-Stars, just sitting and waiting for their opponents to make mistakes, losing patience. All-Stars have got the patience. Working class hero comes in from the right-hand side. 2 versus 1. This is going to end badly. And the last All-Star is going to make his way and hit the flag.
Ace. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Wolverines on the left-hand side up against Brutal Affliction on the right. What can Affliction do this time? Can they double their lead, make it 2-0? Or can the Wolverines correct the mistakes that they made? They lost an early man last time. It looks as if they've corrected that problem already. Out to the left-hand side of the field, also got 1 in the center. Affliction moving a man up 3/4 of the way. Referee's going to go ahead, just double-check that position. 1 Affliction is out, making his way off the field now. That's 2 Afflictions off the field. So they're just down to 3 men. Wolverines looking extremely strong in this round. And Wolverines losing another player, the man that was on the left-hand side behind the Dorito. He is out. Lots of communication happening with the Affliction team. Again, that corner, snake corner, is great defensive position. Wolverines moving forward. Could almost smell his opponent just in the other side. Bit of a stalemate. They seem to have lost their player. This number 69 is in the middle of the park for the Wolverines. Is having a gung-ho move, and he gets it. He gets hit at the same time. So 2 more players left for Affliction. They move out, spread each other out. One in the corners, one on Dorito 1. Wolverines taking a big run forward. Up to Dorito 2 goes the goes Affliction. And he makes it forward, a bit of a gung-ho run. Is he going to be able to do it? No, he gets hit. But it was good enough to kill. And Affliction will go make it 2-0.
Base. No points. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
So no points were awarded in that last game. Obviously, the player who hit the...
They shot too many balls over the chronograph at the end, so it's no point.
They shot too many balls over the chronograph, measuring to make sure that they were legitimate. So they lose a point. Silly mistakes.
We need 1 and they shot 3.
Working Class Heroes against Kings. 1-1 it is now. Great spread out by the Working Class Heroes, but they lose the player very, very quickly. So they're down to 4. Kings still have their 5 players in position. Kings losing a player, making his way around the back of the field. Getting into the pits as soon as possible into safety. Kings making another move forward. That drew a lot of fire. Managed to make it though. Central defender still in position. A really tall player. Could look over all the pillboxes. Working Class Heroes down in their haunches, trying to find an opening. It's the King side. You can see the players low down in the field. Getting slightly darker again as the clouds come back. Might get some rain this afternoon again. It's been dry for a couple of hours now. Working Class Heroes now 3 across. Make that 4 across the field. All moving nicely forward. All at the 3/4 spot. But they lose the player on the right-hand side. So Working Class Heroes down to 3 players. As are the Kings also. Losing another player. Working Class Hero sends a player up to halfway, and another one retreats to the right. Oh, nearly got shot. Just managed to get under there. Working Class Heroes going forward and getting shot at the same time. Kings now have 2. Kings doing lots of movement up and down, right and left on the park. One working class hero stuck behind the big barrier called Hotel. It's like 3 versus 1. At some point, the working class heroes are going to have to throw in the towel here. Kings moving up another position, trying to change the angle, running straight at the barrier of the Kings instead of trying to move their way around, trying to attack it from a more obtuse angle, staying straight at it.
Towel.
And there we go.
Towel.
Working class heroes throwing in the towel. So the Kings take a 2-1 lead with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yeah, quickly.
Game on.
Wolverines up against Brutal Affliction. Brutal Affliction, Wolverines losing a couple of players straight away. Trying to work out what's happening there. Wolverines losing players left, right, and center. This is going to be over in a matter of seconds. Brutal Affliction.
Towel. Towel.
Wolverines throwing in the towel.
Point approved.
That wasn't even a few seconds.
Time out.
It looked as if the excuse me. It looked as if the Wolverines were wanting to start on the wrong side of the field. There were 2 Wolverines on the right-hand side of the field. Rest of their team were on the left-hand side of the field. That's just being questioned now.
Wolverines will be starting with 4 next game. They had a penalty and there weren't enough players.
Hopefully you got that. Wolverines starting with 1 player less the next time around.
One minute.
Up next, Kings against the Working Class Heroes. Only 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Kings will sit back, but I don't think so. Working Class Heroes will definitely go out in the attack here.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Kings making a movement to the front and the left and right. I told you the Working Class Heroes would make a big dash for it. Working Class Heroes already got a player out though because of that, and a second player going out as well. I think I might have seen a third player on the Working Class Heroes already out. In fact, that's down to 4 now, so now it looks like there's just one more Working Class Hero stuck behind that little Dorito, which is very difficult to defend yourself behind. You got to stay ultra low, and they know it. Kings going in for the kill now. 1, 2, 3 players standing up, running and firing. And that's going to be it for the Working Class Heroes.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
Big victory by the Kings against the Working Class Heroes. 3-1. Difficult to start with the player down already.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Brutal Affliction looking to rub it into the Wolverines. Wolverines starting a man short, remember? Wolverines spreading it out to the left and right. One Wolverines player down already, so they're down to 3. Brutal Affliction looking for the kill. Wolverines moving up forward, not being shy. Head first dive into the 50-meter mark, or the halfway mark. Number 117 there, taking all the chances. Brutal Affliction managing to get him off. He was just trying too much. Down the far right-hand corner now for the Wolverines, coming under attack. That's going to end badly. Doof, doof, there we go, into the mask. And the Wolverines will call towel. That's a 3-0 lead for Brutal Affliction.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
1 minute 10 for the Working Class Heroes to be able to pull back 2 points. Aggressive breakout, massive movement forward. Working Class Heroes getting into the snake as well. Kings here, the 60 seconds. Kings a player down. They've got their 4 players spread out nicely at the back, 1 in the front. Working Class Heroes, one-handed shooting. Kings lose another player. They're down to 3. Can the Working Class Heroes feeling get a point here at least? Yet another Kings player down. They're down to just 2 now. Just seconds on the clock. Working Class Heroes running it out. Kamikaze moves down the right-hand side. 2 taking it out. And it was good enough. Working Class Heroes going to hit the buzzer, but it's going to be too little too late. 12 seconds left on the clock, 3-2. Are the refs going to make them play those 12 seconds?
Point approved.
All right, so 3-2. Kings against the Working Class Heroes. 12 seconds left. They're going to play those 12 seconds. Now can Brutal Affliction wrap it up against Wolverines? 3-0. Still plenty time in the clock. Anything can happen in this game.
Seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Brutal Affliction doing a big move into the snakes. Head first into the snake. Managed to make it safely though as well. 3 out defending at the back. As for the Wolverines, just peppering that snake, peppering that snake. Brutal Affliction making their way up to the center, up to the big hotel. Wolverines continue with the shooting, just non-stop barrage of paintballs that are making their way across the field. Pinning back Brutal Affliction, but Brutal Affliction will be okay with that. They can sit there all day. Brutal Affliction making his way out to the snake corner, successfully doing so. Brutal Affliction losing a player. Got a hit at the top of the head from that mid position. Brutal Affliction spreading out left and right on the field. Wolverines got their way into the snake, also on the far left-hand side, making their way to Dorito 3, opening the positions and getting another kill as Brutal Affliction tried a little bit too much. Wolverines spread nicely across the field. 1, 2, 3. Brutal Affliction sort of heading to on the left-hand side of the field as they look. And the snake player from Brutal Affliction's been killed. So Wolverines move forward on the left and the right. Big movement down the left-hand side. Going to take him out. And the Wolverines are going to pull one back, make it 3-1.
Days. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
Kings 3. Working Class Heroes 2. 12 seconds on the clock. Can they make it across or kill their opponents in 12 seconds? Working Class Heroes not giving up, straight down the middle. 1, 2, 3 getting killed. 2 left on the field, right-hand side. And that's the game.
Game finish. One minute.
That's the way you play a 12-second game. Working Class Heroes just rushing out in the field. Some great defense by the opponents, though. Just sitting back. Kings just letting them come at them, picking them off one by one. So Brutal Affliction is up next against Wolverines. Plenty of time on there. Brutal Affliction can seal... no, they can't quite seal it yet. Need to win by 4. Affliction leading 3-1 at the moment. Wolverines pulling one back in the last round. So we've got a minute or so, 30 seconds until we start that game.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Brutal Affliction up against Wolverines. Wolverines making a big run towards Snake, but getting hit as he was trying to get there. Wolverines continuing up the middle and getting hit there as well, so they're down to 3 already. Wolverines not having a great tournament, or at least not having a great set. Wolverines, big movement up the middle. Kamikaze's getting hit twice. Runs into the barrier. Not a great move at all. Don't know what he was thinking there. So just 2 Wolverines left, right and left. Making his way towards Snake Corner and then up to Dorito 2 for the Wolverines. Brutal Affliction get into the Snake bits. Snakebit's gonna take out the man behind the Dorito. That's easy pickings. That's it. Towel called by the Wolverines. Brutal Affliction will make it 4-1.
Point approved.
How many sets?
1 minute. 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
So Brutal Affliction can wrap it up now against Wolverines. 1 minute left on the clock.
Game on. 60 seconds.
Brutal Affliction making a big movement forward. 2 players making it into the center. I don't think they know they're there. There's a player in Snake for Wolverines. And he does know he's there, making a big move, but he's going to get hit. So, Wolverines losing a couple of players in the process. Just the one more Wolverine. It's being taken on by all corners, being stuck in the Snake. There's no defense for him here. This is going to end so badly for him. Brutal Affliction finally hitting him. And Brutal Affliction will make their way to the beeper. Will they make it? Or are they just going to let it go? They're going to hit the buzzer, which will make it 5-1. And that's going to be much better for their percentages later on when it comes to playoffs.
Point approved. Game finished.
I bought them in Prague.
Damn lucky that we didn't find them.
Yeah, thank you.
4 minutes. Three minutes. Two minutes. 1 minute.
Move on to our third last bracket of the day. Team Fury up against Wolverines X, and then we'll have War up against Patriots. That's going to be a great matchup. Let's load up the graphic board if we can now, please. Let's show you the challenges first. This is the challenges standings.
30 seconds.
And we'll flick it over to the
20 seconds.
champion standings as it is at the moment. Hopefully your team is out in front. If not, hopefully they do a little bit better in the next round. Let's get on to the field of action.
10 seconds.
Team Fury up against Wolverines. Wolverines with a big run into Snake. Head first, manages to make it. Fury gets up into the big hotel. And that man at Snake's going to be in a big trouble if he stays where he is. Down on the right-hand side, though, Wolverines managed to make it to the second Dorito. Two players stuck behind the defensive position for the Wolverines X. Not to be confused with Wolverines SA that we were playing earlier. Left-hand side movement by Team Fury. Good move there. Just opening up the field. And also for Wolverines, getting behind that Snake. Three players now nicely spread out at the back for Wolverines X. Player in Snake for Wolverines is still stuck in there. See Team Fury has lost a player from the far left-hand side. He didn't manage to stay successful. The man in Snake has been called out by the referee. So still 4 players on the field for Wolverines. Team Fury talking to each other, working out where their opponents are. 4 centered on the right-hand side of the field for Team Fury. Into the Snakes comes Fury. But you've got that Snake position, you've got that Snake defensive position. Two Snake corners now being protected. And managed to kill that Fury player who got into Snake 2. So it looks like just 2 more players for Fury. Team Fury in the Snake, trying to kill out the Snake corner. Referee having a look. Gives the player the go-ahead. While the referee was doing that, the player moved up at Snake. He's now in Snake 3. Referee telling him he's out, so the player out in the Snake looks like it's just 2 more now for Team Fury. Far left-hand Dorito, just about center. And then in the big hotel, 3 players for Wolverines X. Correction, make that 4 as one pops his head up over the Dorito on the far right-hand side. Team Fury and Wolverines moving up together towards the center. Team Fury getting hit, which means Team Wolverines will move up into the center of the field. Gung-ho movement, got the kill. Takes out one of the barriers as well. And Wolverines will win the first leg.
Towel. Towel. Point approved. Seconds.
War up against Patriots. Patriots yet to win a game. War winning both of their games. Can War make it 3 in a row? Maybe go top of the table depending on points difference.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Big breakaway by the Patriots onto the right-hand side of the court. Good spread by War. Patriots moving up another position. War losing a player early. Still the 5 Patriots got their positions nicely spread out towards the right-hand side of the field. Down to 4 players now. So doing that big dive forward into the center. I've heard some of the players call these apples at about 3/4. Meanwhile, War sitting comfortably and losing another player, so they're down to at least 3. Patriots losing a player on the right-hand side, but a movement to the left-hand side to try and open the target. Long cross-field shots going to that central bunker. War under attack. Patriots with another dive towards those apples in the center. Patriots getting behind that small little pillar. But in trying to get into Snake 1, gets hit. Patriots now retreating a little bit. So 3 War players still out in the field. Rain starting to come down again. Three War players sitting comfortably, not moving forward, just trying to find out where their opponents are. Now making a move to the left. Patriot player giving his position away. Making a big move. Back center now. Player in Snake. Player in Snake trying to work his bullets around. Using gravity. Using those paintballs, shooting at the spectators. Interesting move there by the Patriots, getting into Snake corner. So just one more player in Snake corner for the Patriots. And he's killed. War will make their way to the buzzer.
Base. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Rain starting to fall again. Wolverines from the left, Team Fury on the right. Rain's going to affect visibility. Wolverines with a breakaway moving forward onto the field. Team Fury more spread out though, going to right and left. Team Fury being called out, and because nobody's listening to the referee, they get another player pulled off. So Team Fury going to feel extremely confident now. All the players moving up. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the field. Team Fury losing a player in that process. One player down in the far left-hand corner. Also one in the center still. Team Fury working as a team. 1, 2, 3, 4 players across the field. They're at the halfway mark now. And in the stakes staying low. Paintball's hitting the commentary team. And the one in the middle gets annihilated. And the second one, that's going to be another Team Fury victory. 1-1 it's going to be.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
So some really poor strategy in playing there by War. War not getting out to their start gates in time, losing 2 players immediately. Asking for time with 10 seconds to go. Wasn't able to extend the timeout. So War on the back foot with this one. They're leading 1-0 though. Losing yet another player. And here come the Patriots. No more holding back now. One more player for War. He's going to get hit. And they will call towel quickly.
Towel. Point approved.
What about it?
30 seconds.
But the 10 seconds was already counted down.
Oh, I don't know when they were trying to do it.
No, that's when they try to do it.
Oh, you see, you didn't tell me that. Yeah, it locks it off at 10. It locks it. So
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
One all between Team Fury and the Wolverines X. Wolverines not having an expensive breakout. 2 men standing in that central defensive position. Team Fury, on the other hand, nicely spread across the park. Losing a man in the process, though, so they're down to 4 on the left-hand side. Team Fury. Wolverines X just sitting back, waiting to make a mistake. Spreading that out now, so now they've got all 4 players spread out nicely. Team Fury made a big push forward. 1 player at the 3/4 mark. Rain continues to fall here in front of Bell Park. Live on a Saturday. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully your team is doing well. Still cool conditions. Has been overcast all day. Rhythmic shooting, as you can hear. Team Fury with a movement up into the snake now. Have Wolverines got an answer to that? Wolverines losing another player. They're down to 3. Right at the correction, down to 4. 3 players right at the back. One has moved up into Dorito 2. And the Wolverines lose another player. Or have they moved? He's just moved into Snake 2 or Snake Corner. Wolverines on the far side of the field, though, have lost a player. So Team Fury going to move up. They hold a slight advantage now. Down to 2 now. The Wolverines make that 1. One more in the, only one more in the nachos, in the Doritos, in the tea bag. 2 more players for Team Fury on the field. Nobody willing to make a move. Nobody's really sure. Team Fury don't know where he is. Communication happening between the Team Fury players. 2 on the field. Referee making sure that the players not been hit. Movement and distractions. Still the Team Fury player on the left-hand side. A little gung-ho move. Player's going to make his way around. Manages to get the hit. And get the base. Team Fury will take a 2-1 lead in the rain.
Point approved.
So Team Fury take a 2-1 lead there. They just had to get another chronometer out to make sure that the markers are legit and legal. So War up against Patriots now. You remember last time around, War wanted to call a timeout.
30 seconds.
Weren't ready to get out on the field on time. So now hopefully they've sorted that out. 1-1, 30 seconds to the next game.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
War and Patriots. 2 very well-named sides. War losing players already. War losing 2 players down to 3 only now. Patriots just being double-checked. War in the red and black. Patriots green or yellow and black. That 1 more player out in front. Now another player moving from the center to the left back. Well, Patriots moving up to the center. He's got to get hit as he was coming out of there. Bit of a silly move. Didn't know where his opponent was. But down the middle comes a Patriot player over the top. Not good enough. He gets hit. Which means the War player is in the middle of the pitch. He also gets hit. So 2 more Patriots on the field. Long shots across the field from the big hotel. Defender still in the central position. Moving forward ahead, number 29 for the Patriots. Taking 2 shots, moving right across the field. Trying for a better angle. And into the opposition's Dorito, gets 1 kill. Just 1 more war player left now. Dorito player, the Patriot player making sure his mark is working. He's not sure if there's paintballs are coming out. 2 versus 1. Makes a move to the right-hand side. Up comes the other Patriots player. They've got him surrounded now. Now things are going to get a little bit tight. Patriots player finally gets him out. And the Patriots will go and make this a 2-1 game.
Towel. 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 Point accrued. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Wolverines against Team Fury. Wolverines X making their way nicely forward. Team Fury also doing an exceptional job of moving forward. Right, center, and on the left, but Wolverines losing one of their players. Correction, Team Fury losing one of their players. Wolverines on the left-hand side of the field also losing a player, walking past the commentary box now. Pink boots on. DC Pretorius, it says on his back. So now they're settling down. There's a Team Fury player making his way off, and another one. So only 2 more Team Fury players on the pitch. Wolverine coming around the right, around the outside. If he made a move now, he'd be able to get a kill. But he's going to get... There we go. That was inevitable. Had a good view. 2 quick kills. And Team Fury will throw in the towel, making it 2-all. With 1:40 to play on the clock.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Patriots up against War. War throwing that last game away. Patriots getting the advantage. Patriots still on a bit of a high after winning that one against War. Patriots with a big move forward. Rain is now the hardest it's fallen all weekend. Players being able to move the barriers, which is helpful, I guess. Patriots on the left-hand side. Bit of a stalemate at the moment, still lots of shooting. Patriots have lost a player, making his way, make that 2 players out of his way. So Patriots just down to 3 men now. War losing a man, the man in the snake. War making a big move up onto the right-hand side. 2 players now in the center of the field. War still got 4 players in the field. Patriots have 3. Patriots making a move and gets hit, so that's down to 2 now for the Patriots. Big kamikaze run here is getting snake. And then managing to make it up all the way through snake. Big kamikaze run, getting down, getting up, and managing to do it. Smuts number 14 on his back. And that means War will make it 2-all.
Days.
Don't break the feet on it. No.
Point approved.
Byron.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Team Fury up against Wolverines, 2-all. Just 1 minute 40 on the clock. Big move forward by the Wolverines X. Team Fury also big move. Wolverines X getting all the way into the snake. Wolverines X spreading it out. Players in Dorito 2, big hotel, center board. 2 center positions as well. Team Fury on the under the hand, staying back a little bit. Remember, these need a winner, so they'll go into extra time. A move into snake by Wolverines. Correction, Team Fury. A move into snake corner for the Wolverines. Wolverines lose the player. Team Fury hunkered down. Just seconds left on the clock now. Four players still for Wolverines. Team Fury is sort of stuck on the right-hand side. Big movement down the center now for Team Fury. Down the center and on the left-hand side. Big movement down the left-hand side. Don't think anybody knows it. He went for a kamikaze run, but he got hit. So the Wolverines with a slight advantage now. Team Fury losing 2 quick men. Another move down the left-hand side by Team Fury, but it's too late.
Finish. No points. Game finished.
2-all the score there. We'll just have to confirm if that's going to extra time.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Is that right? Or is there a problem now? 2-2? I must stop. You stop. Just
Timeout.
Is that an overtime point for those that guys? Or
Yeah,
that?
it will be an overtime point, but we might have to set it up, and hopefully they will finish their game now,
Oh, you have to set up a separate game, eh?
probably. So I'll let you know.
1 minute.
If they finish this game at 1:28, then I can set up a new game. Otherwise, they will just have to finish.
They'll finish before we set up the other guys. So is it only champions who play?
Champions and challenges.
They do overtime as well. Okay, cool.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Who's the other team that side?
10
It's
seconds.
Fury that side. Okay, I'll just let them know not to.
Game on. Game stopped. Base. Point approved. Game time finished. Game finished.
You stop them.
Okay, points for Patriots there, eh?
We're going to do the over one time now.
And there's not enough game time if I'm correct.
Well, it's 5. They get 5 minutes overtime. So
Yeah.
you stop that.
Byron, is it
1 second,
overtime?
by the way.
Yeah.
So what's the score of that game?
No, it's 2-3 Patriots. When
The
it's
Patriots take that one. Okay, Patriots take that one 3-2. Major penalty on Steve in the middle. Last 60 seconds. I got this on the side. Byron, will you give us two on your team? Is that full? Oh, great. Okay.
overtime point.
So Team Fury and Wolverines X will go to an overtime game. Mid-table clash.
Drinking, smoking, pit side, not allowed.
Wolverines X need this win. Team Fury will move up into tied second if they win this one, or tied first
30
on
seconds.
6 points. It'll come down to points difference. Graham's got his mathematical hat on. We don't know because what happens in an overtime, so we'll have to work that out. So we'll wait for the computers to work it out. That's the challenges. Let's put, if we can, let's quickly put up the champions. That's the standings at the moment for the champions, with one more round to play for most of the teams.
Where's Fury?
Yeah, I spoke to the pit now. I don't see anybody smoking, drinking, but I said if it's there and I see it, I'm going to throw you the other side.
They go get it right around the time.
Somewhere we lost time. Although we're still 45 minutes.
20 seconds.
All right, so we go to a 5-minute overtime. Team Fury up against Wolverine.
10 seconds.
Whoever wins this will win the round.
Game on.
Aggressive start by Wolverine. 4 spread out the back, 1 out the front. Team Fury losing a man already, 2 behind in the same bunker. That's never going to work out. We've spoken about that already. Still don't understand why the players do it. Team Fury with 3 players on the right-hand side. Wolverines making a move out to the Doritos. So the 2 Doritos being covered on the right-hand side for Wolverines. Bit of a lull in the reaction. I wonder if they play the 5 minutes knowing they've got 5 minutes to play. You play for a win. Wait for your opponents to come to you. You get aggressive. You can see the 3 Team Fury players there. Moving up into Snake, Team Fury. Might not be the best move, just the way that the Wolverine players have been lined out. They're spread across the right-hand side of the field, so they've got a great diagonal shot on that Snake. Still in the Snake, calling out the odds. He's got a defender behind him though. Wolverines may be losing some sort of concentration, going up into Dorito 2 now, trying to get a better angle into Snake 1. Right across the field. Still got that Snake corner. You can see bottom of your screen. Snake playing Snake 1 in the gloom. And then on the far side and left-hand side, as my cameraman changes shots. Starting to think he's funny. Snake 1. Snake 1. Snake corner just emptying his barrel. Still 2 minutes to play in the sudden death playoff. There's going to be a lack of paintballs after a while. If you have players in the 2 corners, you're controlling the field. Means their opponents can't move. Opponents are stuck back where they are. Bit of a stalemate. 1 eye on the clock, 1 eye on the ammunition. And then they still have to look at their opponents as well. How many eyes do paintball players have? And one of the Wolverine players get eliminated, the one who was right up at the halfway mark. Wolverine player sticks his head up in that small pill box on the right-hand side of his field.
60 seconds.
Only 1 minute to go. Somebody willing to take a risk. Paul, what happens if they draw after? Then we get 1-on-1, I've been told. Who's feeling confident? Still 3 for Wolverines. Yeah. Team Fury sends a player out the left-hand side. This one is going to go to a 1-on-1 shootout. It'll be the first time I've seen that. I've been doing this for 3 years now. So hopefully you'll be able to enjoy the excitement as well. 30 seconds to go. "13 seconds, and one of the Wolverines is down. Just 2 Wolverines now. 1 Wolverine left behind Snake Corner, and that's going to be time.
No points. Game finished.
60-second one-on-ones. Get off the field, 1 player from each team.
All right, so confirmation there from the organizers. 60-second one-on-ones. One-on-ones are fascinating. Is somebody going to take a risk? Does somebody sit back? It's like a penalty shootout in football.
Of course.
60 seconds.
Of course, 60 seconds. I've got 3-minute turnaround, is that right?
Yeah. Well, 1 minute 30. They had 30 seconds already.
Okay.
So 1 player from each team, 60 seconds.
One minute.
Remember, they can't use the same player more than once.
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
What everyone's been waiting for. They don't want tomorrow, they want this.
1-on-1.
Puts me out here for another 5 minutes.
1-on-1. Fury
Plus the overtime.
10 seconds.
That's 10 minutes.
against Wolverines.
Game on.
Wolverine player not shooting yet. Wolverine has a problem with his marker. Wolverine player jumping over, looking over. Looks like he might have got a hit. Being maybe a little bit too confident. No, referee says he can go on. Fury player took advantage, moving up a little bit. Wolverine and Fury 1-on-1. Fury player thinks he's getting hit. Referee's going to call him hit. Referee calls him hit. Wolverines take a 1-0 lead.
Days.
Just the one, or is it 5? Just the one.
He's lucky because he got shot in the stomach.
Point of view.
And the Wolverines win it. Win it in a 1-on-1 shootout. That's what it comes down to. Next set about to go off. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Ewan.
Not even close.
Shoot it down. No, no.
Shoot it off.
No, he's going to shoot up. No.
But I'll shoot to your shallow.
No.
It's okay, we'll bring it later in later. George, we'll bring it later in later, don't stress.
They're sending up the tall man. They're sending up the tall.
Oh, we keep unplugging.
Come on! Ah!
Don't fall on the marker. Ingrid, it's fine, we'll get him up later. Thank you guys. They just, yay! It got scared at you.
Let's just drop off.
Yeah. It saw Kieran running closer and then it just fell.
Thanks, dude.
We'll use it on you later.
30 seconds.
Sure, ready? The ball once.
Yeah. You guys get the ball one, Drew?
Except for Devin, he's standing there with his pants down.
How did that go 5 minutes?
20 seconds.
Wow.
One of
Run the 5. 30 seconds.
those scenarios where it just randomly jumped in.
Done that a few times today. Yeah, there was the one earlier. No, that just flickered and froze.
No, I've got it now.
When he's not going to anywhere? Last time. The medic needs a medic.
Medic for you.
Do good. Do good.
We need a medic for a medic, please. Medic for a medic, down to the middle thing, please. Medic for medic.
We got a medic down. We got a medic down.
Normally when we go down the first road,
Take your pants off.
grab a seat.
No, no, no. You want to hit this one. So, should I spray for you? No, you can spray anywhere else.
How's the time again, Johnny?
4 minutes.
Lucan is watching at the other bars.
Yeah, they're on the field. I told them as you
They
walk up.
didn't listen.
I told you right next to
Oh,
him.
he had one.
So they do know.
I already gave him.
If both teams is ready, I want to go. It looks like
Go,
everyone
go, go.
ready.
Go, go, go.
They spring it time
Go, go.
down.
Go, go.
Ready behind.
Come on.
Although we early,
Go,
we
Blues, when you're
behind.
done, bro. Let's go.
I brought it down to 1 minute 30.
1 minute 30. The candy bars on the field, then.
I think the beer and the body bag, I think one of the parents have followed us now.
Let's go. Ballas is on.
To drop on it.
Ballas is on. Bring what's happening. Come, let's go. It's a minute and a half. Bro, I also want to get that. Go.
Any no slot.
I get no net.
Yeah.
1 minute.
I just mentioned that we're playing the morning set. 2 of the morning sets just safe and sound.
Wat is dit môre uit?
All right, so that's what we've seen already. It should be the scheduled end of today, but we finished a little bit early. So we're going to take some of tomorrow's action today. So we're going to play the first 2 sets that were scheduled for tomorrow. We've got Legacy up against Controlled Chaos and Apocalypse up against Reaper in the first set. Then we'll take Kings up against Kamikazes and the Wolverines up against the All-Stars as well. We'll take those 2, so you get an extra hour and a half of action this evening. We're live
20 seconds.
from Emerald Casino. In the rain.
10 seconds.
So let's get going. Legacy up against Control Chaos.
Game on.
Control Chaos moving out to the right and to the left, nicely spread out. Legacy also getting themselves into good positions. Big move up forward by the Legacy player. Got himself a nice position at the 45. Control Chaos being assessed by the referee and pulling one of the players, number 69, is out. So Control Chaos down to 4 players. Legacy just losing a player now as well. Bit of a lull in the action, nobody's willing to make a move. And Control Chaos lose a player out of the blue. Long diagonal shot. Sending a sneaky player into the snake now, trying to work his way around the angle. And the snake player will be able to get his shot in. Should be able to get a shot in. And he gets another one. 2 quick shots. Sneakily worked his way out of the snake. Now he's going gung-ho.
Towel.
And Control Chaos will call a towel. 3 great hits by that player who was running down snake.
You can maybe mention that the majority of the legacy players, they all played for the SA under 19 team in Amsterdam as well. And
30
they
seconds.
played.
Oh, wait, no, why must I tell them, Paul? Come on, Paul, we've got a microphone here. Tell us what's happening on the field.
All right, cool. So Legacy that just played, the majority of those players played in September month also as the SA under 19 team in Amsterdam, as well as Legacy as a D3 team in the NXL Europe event, where they ultimately ended up winning D3 in Europe as Legacy as well. So congratulations to them, and it shows, you can see it today as well in the way they play.
All right, so on we go with Apocalypse against Reaper now. Reaper sitting back, not like their normal tactics. There we go. That's more like a Reaper moving out to the right-hand side, getting into that Dorito 2. Player making a move to Dorito 1 then to try and cover that position. Apocalypse sitting back. We've got a couple of players move slightly forward, one behind the big hotel. There's Reaper moving up to Dorito 2 now, covering positions, trying to extend those angles. Work their way around the obstacles. Four players that I can see for Reaper. Apocalypse sitting back, waiting for Reaper to make a mistake. Reaper making a move to the right-hand side, getting up to the halfway mark. Looks like he managed to do that clearly as well. No movement from Apocalypse. Apocalypse just aiming on the right. Reaper losing a player. I've got them down to 3. Apocalypse making a big move into the 50. Number 28. Sussing out where his opponents are, down in the middle. Can he work it around? One-on-one in the center. No shots now. Somebody waiting for who's got the most patience. Who's willing to wait? Apocalypse making a move backwards now. Reaper going one-on-one. Players eliminating each other. So now 2 down for Reaper, or 2 left for Reaper. Apocalypse right at the back of the field still. Spreading out, trying to get the angles. 2 versus 2 now. That Apocalypse player making his way all the way to the right corner from the center. Reaper out of Dorito 2. And left center. Meanwhile, Apocalypse on the left-hand side of the field making his way up to the second Dorito. Out to snake corner goes the Reaper player. Gonna have us all across the field shots. And he got the kill from across the field. Meanwhile, Reaper's moving up on the right-hand side of the field. 2 versus 1 now. He's at the halfway mark doing cover because he gets hit. Reaper gets taken out. So Apocalypse will go and earn themselves the first point in this game. Took them a while. Apocalypse 1, Reaper 0.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
There's a flat, but we don't know if it's going to go down again. But we checked the spare.
10 seconds.
Controlled Legacy, Control Chaos up against Legacy. As you heard, the Legacy players know exactly what they're doing. They've been overseas. You can see in the international competition, non-stop communication happening. One of the Control Chaos players being called off. In fact, 2 players being called off now. Was he just making his way to that snake corner? Legacy players in purple and black. Fourth kill. It's going to be 1 more kill for Legacy, and then that'll be their game. It's the span in snake corner. Making his way into the middle. Will he be able to make it? He surely can't. Did he get all that way without getting hit? Fantastic performance, but there's a man coming around, gets the hit, and they're going to call in the towel. Legacy will go 2-0 up.
Point approved. 30 seconds. Seconds. 10 seconds.
Apocalypse against Reaper was a slow match last time. There was a lot of chess playing, a lot of tacticals and strategies, a lot of waiting for opponents to make mistakes. Will the second leg be the same? Apocalypse made a big push forward. Good spectators have arrived, watching from the grandstands, umbrellas up. Apocalypse pushing up a little bit more. Reaper Man making his way back to the field, so the Reaper's down to 4 players. Reapers separating out. They were 2 behind the barrier in the center, managing to make it out to the left-hand corner without getting hit. Apocalypse player with a nice gold marker standing out in the crowd. Into the snake comes the Apocalypse player, number 38. Meanwhile, the hotel is keeping his opponents down all the way up to number 3. Snake 3, but he gets hit there. It's the Apocalypse player has to make his way out. Apocalypse, meanwhile, on the right-hand side, takes out a player, moves up to the halfway mark. And gets a kill. 1, 2, 3. 2 Apocalypse players now at the halfway mark. Reaper's on the back foot. Another Reaper player making his way back to the clubhouse. Looks like there's only 1 left now. There's going to be a kamikaze move down the left-hand side. Gets it. And Apocalypse will make that 2-0.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
So Legacy controlling this game. Only 2.5 minutes gone. And Legacy already 2-0. Good expansion break. Control Chaos sitting back, waiting for Legacy. Control Chaos already losing a player. Some accurate shooting from across the park by Legacy. Control Chaos is spread out nicely. They've got the fields covered. Going into Snake, but as he was making the move, he ran into his own bullet almost. So Legacy move forward. 2 or 3 players getting themselves into a forward position. Controlled Chaos sitting back. 3 defensive positions. Legacy get into the Snake, and as doing so, also get up into the halfway mark. Legacy very athletic. Headlong dives, big moves. And the Snake opening up the angle. Snake takes out a great shot. Takes out another man, all 3 players. Within a matter of seconds, eliminated. Legacy will take a 3-0 lead.
yesterday on Facebook. It allows you once you pass the standard 8 hours that Facebook, so Facebook and realize non-stop. The persistent utilizes you apparently then they'll pass that so then it doesn't stop. No, anyway, it stopped in the creek. I'll just it becomes a little bit tricky. So. But you also don't have control when it stops itself and starts again for whatever reason. So.
Yeah, it's the joy of streaming. It's still not it's first, but
It's because the broadcasters are all very much consumer based. They don't worry about it.
But even, I mean, you guys arrived after it was out, so before this gets set up, they grid a 3x3 meter, so they use rope, and then they grid the 3x3 meter grid like that, and then they place the bunkers according to that, obviously, and then they remove the rope of it, except for the boundary. But the breaking down is probably, you first have to deflate it.
30 seconds.
Preferably clean it and then try and fold it up.
okay.
20 seconds.
Still got one more set after this, eh?
Yeah.
10 seconds. Towel. 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 Point approved.
No, we're not backing down, bro.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Right, we've lost one of our cameras, so apologies for not being able to bring you all the shots. We're bringing up to speed what's happening. Legacy 3, they want to kind of seal this now against Control Chaos. Big movement down the left-hand side by Legacy. It looks as if they have already sealed this. Last player out. And Legacy will go and secure a 4-0 win against Control Chaos.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Legacy beating Control Chaos 4-0. All right, so Apocalypse can take on Apocalypse up against Reaper.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Apocalypse against Reaper. Apocalypse leading 3-0 coming on from the right-hand side. Reaper sitting back. Reaper were looking so strong. Apocalypse just have their number. Reaper sitting back. 2 players in the center of the defensive. You can see them there. All huddled together. Whereas Apocalypse a little bit more spread out. 4 players that I can see. Reaper making a move to the left. Still those 2 players in the central bunker. Apocalypse are willing to play the waiting game. 2 minutes 40 on the clock, and they've got the time. They've got the lead. Into Snake comes Reaper. Lucky didn't get hit. Also movement down to the center. Snake has been identified. Oops, falling slippery underfoot. Reaper player's going to have a shot. Does he have a shot in his opponent? Looks like he might have got a hit. But he gets to move up. 2 players on the left-hand side for Reaper also moving up. Apocalypse losing 1 player. Possibly a second. Second player. Snake is just clearing out his opponents. Alex, number 12, clearing out his opponents. 1 more player to go. That's it. Reaper will go and pull one back. Apocalypse 3, Reaper 1.
Point approved.
So Apocalypse take a lead again, or Apocalypse remain in front. Reaper pull one back. Still some time in the clock to be able to do some more. We're going to wait 2 minutes now so they get themselves a breather and get ready for the next round.
Probably. But I don't think there's anything in that now. Didn't look like it.
1 minute.
Start 11 tomorrow. Rody got something, but other things ready. So we'll just go buy a few little bar packs for him. Not far.
Time out.
We'll go straight after this. Yeah, whatever it is. So we'll go straight after this to there and then shower and whatever and we'll come back. It might be a little bit late here, but I mean, just go dry and there, showers. Eh?
1 minute.
Yeah. Who's in the last set, Paul? What team's in the last set?
Things against Kamikaze, things against
30 seconds.
Oh.
20 seconds.
All right, Apocalypse up against Reaper. Reaper pulling one back after Apocalypse were leading 3-0.
10 seconds.
1.5 minutes on the clock. What can Reaper do? Or is this Apocalypse game to win?
Game on.
Apocalypse get into their positions. Reapers take very far forward. Both their players making it to their front positions without getting hit. Two Reapers at the back just keeping it clear. Apocalypse wanting to make sure they haven't been hit. It looks as if one of their players is going to be hit. One of the Apocalypse players is out. Reaper going to have to do something here. They've only got a minute or so. Reaper player, two Reaper players getting hit on their way out. So two Reaper players start making their way forward again now. Apocalypse happy just to sit back. They're leading 3-1 with just a few seconds left on the clock. Reaper making his way through the fences, right up into the center, no fear. Apocalypse player gets into Snake, and he's going to clear it out. But he gets hit at the same time, so just one more Apocalypse player. Just 8 seconds left. He can just sit down, hunker down. And Apocalypse will win this one, 3-1.
Game time finish. Game finish.
final set for the day.
except the final will be done in four. So there's quarters, semi-final.
Yeah, but then there.
So that's the start.
4 minutes.
Okay, yes. Why would you have?
No, they're at the same time.
Yeah, why would,
They're at the same time.
let's start the third first.
Oh,
To get a result. The chance of getting a result. The first came first. The final at the end. Look at those cameras in the dark.
actually, it has been a problem all the time. Keith win with Phoebe.
Yeah. How much time is left then? What does it say? What does it tell you?
3 minutes.
There's no timer. There.
Timer on what?
See next to it says record. To the right of that, it'll tell you how much space is left.
It's 22 days. No, because it's recording the actual stream. It's not doing it's not doing a backwards record. It's doing the actual stream record, which is perfect for upload. So if somebody wants to replace it, maybe one Thursday night from Friday.
Yeah. Well, we did happen to record.
It does record everything.
Record everything.
If it's streaming, it's recording.
So I can
Friday.
retransfer you. Can retransfer you. Like everything.
Or we can just, I've got an external hard drive, if we can just copy it over, and then I'll actually load it yesterday while I'm at the
2 minutes.
hotel, because the hotel has got like 100 meg line, so then I can just quickly upload it.
Why don't we just take it?
We'll take it.
Okay, no, while it's on, while it's set up. May not,
Just make sure you get this sorted by days, right?
yeah. Not even, it's got a date in the name.
Yeah.
Which way around? Do you plug in a USB?
3 ways.
The other way.
Dad! Dad!
1 minute.
I also want to go home, but I can't have two things. It's the last set. Yeah, it's the last set today.
Last set for today was 2 sets ago.
But hey, it's a shorter day tomorrow. Is that other camera waking up?
Yes.
The bottom of the stand.
30 seconds.
So those just crashes from 7 through to
20 seconds.
all right, Tim. I know that's a big thing for a man.
No, it'd be like a normal sort of event down
10
there.
seconds.
Normal, very minor stuff like that. But that's, we're finishing now.
Game on.
Let's go into the last set for the day. We've got the Kings up against Kamikaze. Kamikaze making a big move already into the center of the field. Kings also is just starting to spread out now. Now the Kings are in the game. Kamikaze got a few players spread out. Kamikaze on the right-hand side of the field. Bit of a lull in the shooting now. Kings have a player right up against the barrier. One heading out to the corner. Looks like he made it successfully. This Kamikaze player on the right-hand side is in the middle of the field, controlling the field, controlling where his opponents are allowed to go. Kamikaze players staying right at the back, defending their positions from the back of the field. See those two players on the right for Kamikaze, just defending their lines, defending their views, keeping an eye on where their opponents move, if at all. Maybe getting a little bit too brave. Kamikaze player standing up, trying to take out his opponent. Ah, and he gets hit. Just getting a little too brave. So now the Kings move up on the left-hand side. You can see three Kamikaze players standing up. One behind the Dorito. Fourth Kamikaze player moves up to Dorito 3. But the Kamikaze Dorito 1 gets eliminated. So just three Kamikaze players in the field now. Both sides playing a waiting game. Another kill. Kamikaze losing concentration. So Kamikaze just have two players in the field. Making a dash out to Snake Corner. Kings in control now. Four players still on the field against the two. Two Kamikaze players. One on the far right-hand side under a Dorito. And also out in Snake Corner. Moving down the left-hand side. Gung-ho, attempted gung-ho. One player takes each other, another player out. So now 3 versus 1. At what point does Kamikaze throw in the towel? Would go against their name. So one player in Snake Corner. That's him there. You can see him using the barrier as best he can. Getting inside the barrier almost. Player in Snake pushing his way forward. That's him there. That's the view that he can see. And he gets him. So Kings will get themselves a point. Kings will go 1 up.
Pace. Point approved.
So Wolverines up against the All-Stars.
30 seconds.
This is part of our final set of the day today. Darkness is falling down very quickly. So if you're just seeing dark shadows, apologies for that. It's the best we can do. We don't have big floodlights like the TV guys do. We'll have to buy floodlights for next year. We'll have nighttime paintball with fluorescent paint under UV lights. Wolverines, big dash out to the left and to the right-hand side player, making it all the way to the snake. All-Stars sitting back a little bit more. Comfortable with their positions, but that snake man is going to get tagged very, very soon. Movement out to snake corner as well. Snake player is now being attacked by 3 different angles. He's going to stay really, really low. He's going to work his way forward to snake 2. All-Star player getting eliminated from the center. Wolverine SA moving up to the big hotel. 2 Wolverine players now in snake. Another 3rd player, All-Stars being eliminated. Dorito player out in the end also being eliminated now. So just 1 more Wolverine SA player and he gets hit and that's the game. All-Stars all getting eliminated. Wolverines managing to win that one. Quick sticks.
Referees like that.
30 seconds.
Test.
20 seconds.
In a place and see how it works.
10 seconds.
Kamikaze up against the Kings. Kings moving 1 man forward. Rest of the players for the Kings staying back. Kamikaze doing their natural wide spread. Losing a player though. So that's 4 players now for Kamikaze. Kings still have their 5 players. 2 of them stuck behind that central bunker. 2 just off to the sides of that and then 1 forward. Kamikaze on the left-hand side. Bright neon starting to shine through on the kit. Now some movement from the Kings on the right-hand side. Spreading it out, changing that angle of attack. Getting as low down as possible. And that Kings player gets eliminated from the center pillar. Big dive up for the Kamikaze player on the left-hand side. Referee going to check the opponents. As you can see, Kings leading 1-0. Big dive into snake. Referee checking out the neck just to make sure. And he's calling him out. So the Kings lose another player. Kamikaze sitting steady. Oh, one in the Kamikaze just getting a little confident. Putting his head out, he gets eliminated. Kings player in snake corner. Also up at a hotel. 2 Kamikaze players behind each other. Center field, 1 at the hotel, 1 at the back bunker. Moving now on the right-hand side. Kings player deciding he's had enough of this. He's tired. He wants to go. But he gets hit. Runs into the bunker and goes off the field. Still those 2 Kamikaze players. Things have changed now because that bunker's been hit. Angle is slightly different. That player stuck in the corner again. You can see the 2 players, one's head just sticking out of that big tower in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4 towers directly in front of camera, and then the one at the back still in the center. Dive into snake now to try and take out that snake corner player. Another Kings player on the far right-hand side, and Dorito 2. Referee checking to make sure, and calls him out, so just one more Kings player. Kings players in the corner. One player in Kings corner. It's 2 versus 1 at the moment. Strong attack coming from the snake. Going the wrong way around. Who will win that battle?
Towel. Towel. Towel.
And
Point approved.
Kings called the towel. Kamikaze leveled that at 1-1.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Wolverines up against All Stars. All Stars making a big break going forward. Wolverines also making a break on the right-hand side and the left-hand side as well. But the All Stars losing 2 quick players. Both the players that were sent forward are now being eliminated. 2 big movements for Wolverine. Wolverines continue to move forward, eliminate everybody, and they'll go hit the base. Wolverines will make that 2-0.
Let's see if it registers after this.
Point approved. Seconds. Seconds.
No, we're starting
going? Oh, there, there.
10 seconds.
There, yeah, okay.
Game on.
Kings. Kings up against Kamikaze. Kings making big moves out to the side and moving forward as well. Kamikaze getting themselves comfortable on the knees at the big hotel. It's just a slight pause as the referees had to fill up some of the barriers, make sure that they're the legitimate sizes.
Aye. Still no scores on the board. The teams are there, the times are there.
Kings holding back. Kings waiting for action to come to them. With only 1 minute 40. Locked at 1-1. Will this one also go into extra time? 1-1. Kamikaze sitting back. In fact, both teams just sitting back. Nobody really wanting to risk it. Looks like time is going to run out for this one. We're going to have to go into a 5-minute extra time. Doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency between any of these players. There you go. Finally, at last, bit of a movement up the right-hand side by Kamikaze, on the left-hand side by Kamikaze. Same thing happening for the Kings. Couple of interesting moves. Wonder if they're starting to feel the pressure. That move up to the center wasn't going to work. And another Kamikaze players down, so just 2 Kamikaze players now available. Kings should be moving forward. They're not going to. And this one is going to land up being a 1-1 draw and is going to go into extra time.
Game stopped.
Get ready for overtime.
No points.
So they'll go into overtime. Meanwhile, Wolverines and All-Stars get ready. Still 8 minutes and 40 seconds on that clock.
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
What's the score for this one, Lucas?
Wolverines lead 2-0.
Hey?
Wolverines 2-0.
Oh, Wolverines 2-0. Cool.
10 seconds. Game on.
Wolverines, big breakout through to the left and to forward. But the All-Stars decided they're not messing about. They go right through to the halfway mark. One player at the halfway mark for the All-Stars, also one at the big hotel. 2 players at the back, one at Dorito. Now the player at the back moves to Snake Corner. For the Wolverines, Snake Corner and also near Snake. One in the central defender position, one slightly forward central. Movement up to the big hotel for the Wolverines. All-Stars starting to stick their head out, at least to trouble. Big movement up the left-hand side for the Wolverines, getting up to Dorito 3. Up in the center, Kamikaze move, taking out 1, taking out 2 players, but also getting eliminated themselves. 2 for 1, it's always a good deal. Another kamikaze, another all-star player making their way out the back, and another one. So just one more all-star player, back right-hand corner, or back left-hand corner. We've seen how this ends. 3 versus 1. Using that barrier as best he can. Trying to find the angles, trying to see where his opponents are. And finally he gets hit. And Wolverines will make that 3-0.
Phase. Point approved.
Now we move to the Kings Kamikaze Sudden Death Playoff. So you can see that was locked at 1-1 after the 10 minutes. Now they get a 5-minute
30 seconds.
Sudden Death Playoff.
20 seconds. Seconds.
What tactics do you employ here? Do you sit back? Do you go on the attack? Kamikaze go on the attack, making their way to the big hotel, as do the Kings. Both sides mirroring each other in the breakaway. Down to Dorito 2 for the Kamikazes, but they lose a player. In fact, 2 players now making their way off the field. No, I lie. He was just cleaning the barrel of his marker. So the Kings sitting back, waiting for Kamikaze to do something. Kamikaze waiting for the Kings. Comes down to a game of patience. Sudden death player. If you can't afford to lose this, loss is a loss. Kings just sitting back, waiting. 2 in the defensive positions at the back markers. 1 in the front of the hotel, or behind the hotel. Same for the Kamikazes, also behind the hotel. Evenly matched teams, Kings and the Kamikazes. Kamikaze yet to win a round. Kings have won just 1 round. Bottom of the table clash, but still thrilling. Another Kamikaze pilot, Kamikaze player. I thought he was eliminated, but he's moving back to that central position, trying to find a new angle. But the player at the hotel has been hit, so he's out. I see 2 Kamikaze players. Way at the back. Now some movement from the Kings. Kings moving forward to the halfway mark. Trying to find that angle. Very dangerous position that. You have to come out very far to be able to take a shot. Kamikaze players being pinned back. 1 in the Dorito on the right, 1 in the middle. Ammunition becoming a challenge now. Move up the left-hand side to Dorito 3 for the Kings. And they've managed to kill, so just 1 more player for Kamikaze. Player's now going to go for a Hail Mary. Stays there for a little while, takes a number of shots, but finally gets the kill. And the Kings will take the win.
Phase. approved.
So the Kings secure a win. That's their second win, 2 out of 4. Those will move them up to 4 points and maybe into semi-final position, depending on what other playoffs are going to be happening tomorrow.
30 seconds.
Reminder, these divisions will only have the top 4 go through. First will play 4th, second will play 3rd. So the Kings needed that win to be in contention for a playoff
20
zone.
seconds.
But let's focus now on Wolverines SA.
10 seconds.
They can move up to tied first with the win here against the All-Stars.
Game on.
Wolverines, good breakout and all the way through to the front. Long dive, must have slid for about 3 or 4 meters. Managed to make it to the front. All-Stars losing 1 player early on from the central defensive position. All-Stars just pelting. You can hear the speed of the paintballs coming out of the markers. And another kamikaze run right down the left-hand side. Taking 1 for 1 down the right go Wolverines. Wolverines are going to seal this one up. Wolverines are going to make that 4-0, and that will be the game. And the Wolverines will move up to 6 points, 3 wins. Wolverines SA. Oh, we got to confirm which Wolverines they are. Oh, there we go.
Base.
Wolverines SA will, in 5th place, they'll move up, earn another 2 points. So they'll be tied on 4th, 3, 4, and 5, currently all tied on 4 points. Gonna have to wait for all of that to settle because there's more games to come tomorrow. But the Wolverines win 4-0. And that's our action for the day, team. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the paintball action. From Graham, who's been making sure that everything works on the computer side. My name's John Gericke, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. That's when the action resumes again. Tomorrow morning, everything will get underway. We'll have more challenges and champions playoffs. We'll have 2 sets of that. And then we're going to get into the quarterfinals for the Division 4 X-Ball. And into semifinals and a final for that. And then we'll have the semifinals for the challenges, the champions, the final for the X-Ball, and then the finals for the challenges and the champions. Have yourself a great day. Keep warm, and we'll see you soon.
You guys joining us for the Brian? You're going to have your own party in bed?
We need that to pump that tire. Can we go look at that now? I'll be back now. I just want to make sure.